And hello everyone, welcome to the Spanish Poker Festival. This is another day of poker that is brought to you by the King's Casino in Rozvadov. My name is Tom Jerry, aka Tarym, and I will be your host again tonight for this, soon to be ready table of pot limit Omaha. The stakes are gonna be €5 for the small blind and €5 for the big blind, as it is often in Omaha. And we see how much the players came to the table with. Like yesterday, we're gonna have Ribeiro with the big stack. And we recognize already Martinez, the Spanish fella, who was the biggest winner of yesterday's 5-10 no limit hold'em cash game. And who do we see that we recognize? I guess only those two guys were here yesterday. Maybe Gonzalez. Maybe we saw Gonzalez at some point joining the table. I'm not really sure. Anyway, we're gonna discover every one of those guys throughout the hands they play. Hello to everyone in the chat. The great game of Pot Limit Omaha, indeed, Kimapa. Indeed. Yeah, the guy standing up should be Gonzalez. He's gonna have the seat number 5. And as always, guys, the sound is gonna be right back in a few minutes. Getting it set up real nice for you. And of course, if you're just joining this Spanish Poker Festival stream, let me remind you that we are streaming for 2 more days after this one. Tomorrow we're gonna have another no limit hold'em cash game, like we had yesterday. And after the cash game tomorrow, we will resume with the main event of the series, going to the final table. And on Monday night, of course, starting at 8 p.m, I believe, will be the final event, the final table of the main event. And here we are with the sound. Beautiful. Seems kind of low at the moment. I'm gonna put it this way. Every devices should be turned off, because then you guys at home hear the annoying sound of, yeah, you know what the cell phone do with the HF mics. Pretty terrible. Do tell me in the chat whether the sound is good or not. And I already see some another regular of the chat, Matse 1887. Cheers to you too. Hello. Hope you had a good day. Hope everyone had a good day. And if it's not the case, well, we're here to relax. And we're gonna have the Miami guy from Germany on seat 1. So, like we said, Ribeiro and Martinez, the 2 known guys. I think Ribeiro finished like 2nd profit or 3rd profit of yesterday's session in Hold'em. Martinez was, of course, the biggest winner. We're gonna have two Czech boys, two homeboys with Veritas and Petr. And of course, Gonzalez, we talked about him, made a brief apparition yesterday at the table. And then a bunch of new guys on the right. Hello, Mark Mole. Hello to you in Dublin. This is live. This is, of course, live from the King's Casino in Rozvadov. And this is, I don't even know, is this the Spanish Poker Festival started the 29th of June, and we've been streaming for 4 days or 5 days already, streaming events from this series. We had 2 tournaments, 2 final tables on stream, the High Roller, the Spanish Cup, and now we are transitioning to the cash game. Yesterday we had, I believe the biggest pot was around 14,000 euros. Let's see if we can let's see if we can well, get a lot of money today in the pots too. It's gonna be a little bit harder because I believe yesterday at the start of the game there was 30k on the table, which is not at all the case yet. But you know, maybe you know, maybe you don't. But PLO can get pretty crazy, and so providing those people do have a rebuy button, which I believe most of them do, we might see, you know, the equity of the hands being way closer and all. We usually see a lot of chips in the middle, and because some of those guys only have 100 blinds or so, it's gonna go pretty quick in the middle. We'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. Hello, Scotty Quick 85. How are you, my friend? All right, Makmol. Well, it takes it just takes practice and experience to get comfortable at the table. It's not really about how old you are, but I guess the older you are, the more experience you have with people, and the more confident you can be. And of course, thanks for everyone who's hitting the follow button of the channel. Cheers to you guys. And we're gonna have the first flop of the day. So I've gotta put up the disclaimer right away. I am not a professional of pot limit Omaha. It's been probably at least 2 years since I've played more than 100 hands consecutively, so I'm gonna do my best, but I'm probably mostly trust the players and try and see what they do. The stream should go up to 720p Loctus. If it's not, it's either on your end or it's on mine, and it will, I mean, it will go up to this quality pretty soon, hopefully. And there is going to be a straddle in this game, so even though like yesterday I'm basically like the stakes is 5-5, but you will have a straddle a bunch of times, maybe double straddle. Yesterday we saw straddle triple ones, I think, up to 80 euros. And we can see here that Martinez at the bottom of your screen has the trips 9, but there is going to be a flush now after the check all around. It is going to be Gonzalez flush, but it checks also. The jack high flush in PLO not being like a crazy good hand, plus you can face full houses and all, but he is the only one, Gonzalez, with the flush, and it's gonna take this 40 euro pot home. And there's gonna be a bunch of calls to start this pot up. The 9-9-3 deuce limping in first. And it's Martinez with the re-raise. The ace-king double suited is gonna be enough for him. He's gonna find 2 calls, as I expect pretty much always here from the guys limping. I don't expect people to fold too much. And it's Miami guy with the trips, and that's gonna be the really best hand here. And it's him, I believe, from the sit one, who will take the lead. Top pair not being enough, and he's gonna take this one down too. Not too much action. People are probably getting to know each other. Although, like I said, 3 of them were here yesterday at the same table. 2 of them made it. Stayed for the full 5 hours of the stream. But the other player, they might not know. It's a small round of observation. This time it's gonna be a raise to only 20. Well, I mean, it is the pot, right? Pre-flop. That might be the maximum you can do. So, a Veritas with the ace queen jack 3. He's been called twice. And he will have the best hand. And take it again. A pot that only goes to the flop. Scotty Quick, I do not know when Fintan's next live stream will be. I know he streams at least once a week, though I'm betting on next week, man. I cannot give you the... Oh, well, there you go. Never up to the rescue. But you have the schedule with the stream of everyone that's streaming online poker and session reviews. Everyone is just in the description down below. You have the social medias also if you want to follow Fintan, because it seems you like him. Yeah, you have also Hotted, you have Bulero, the Wild Hungarian, everyone just down below. But until the 10th of July, we are streaming the Spanish Poker Festival. So bit of a change of schedule. And we have our first aces against kings against queens. And the ace is gonna be the best hand still. Everyone is gonna feel pretty decent about his hand probably on this flop. No flush draw. Of course the 7 is kinda likely in Omaha, but and both are gonna call. The 5 doesn't change much. And Gonzalez might, on this rainbow board, might be still looking to bet. He will not do so. And nevertheless still have the best hand on the river. Although it's the Miami guy from Germany who, with the queens, fancy his hand. For some reason, he's betting out with the queens here for, I guess, value. And although the ace is folded, it seems like Gerard doesn't want to fold his kings, and it's gonna be a good call for him. And let's see how Gonzalez reacts to that. We don't see him, unfortunately, but he was the one folding the best hand on the river here. And it's gonna put the German Gerard in the lead of this cash game for now. For what it's worth, it's not gonna last for very long probably, but And the Miami guy again with the limp. Like yesterday, the seat one is not the one that goes with the fold. Yesterday, the friendly Said playing every hand. And here, after a bunch of calls, it's Veritas who's gonna go for the pot raise, probably. Plays for a raise. And once again, pot limit Omaha, guys. No one's folding pre-flop. Everyone with the 25% equity, pretty much. And the kings are still best. And it's Veritas again, raising the pre-flop. Gonna get all in with the kings. Well, not all in, but he's gonna pot it to 680. Oh no, to 340, sorry. So that doubles the pot to 680, and he's gonna take it. PB91 asks, no table talk. What do you mean, my friend? What does that mean? Between the players, you mean? I guess they will talk to each other at some point. What do you mean you don't hear the sound at all? Alright, so that's a little bit more sound. Should be better. Is this better, chat? Do you like this better? It should be way louder. And so Miami guy went with the overlimp, I guess. Ribeiro with the aces and the raise. And it's gonna be a 60-euro pot to the flop. And it might get to a turn this time because we have the second flush draw from Petr. Right there with the king jack 10-8. Also has a pair, bunch of draws, the gut shot. Really pretty decent hand. He does make two pair at the moment, but he is still behind, of course. The 3 of a kind, as you can see in the beautiful graphics, is for the Portuguese Ribeiro. And Petr is gonna bet his 2 pair plus draw plus everything is sexy. The quick check call. And there you go. I put the volume up second after it explodes. And well, my ears rather got a little bit buzzed, so I didn't see what happened on the river. Did it go check? Because it went really fast, so might have won check. Hard to say. Instead, we're gonna see a quadruple straddle or more, I don't know. But it seems like it went up to 160 on the pre-flop. Bet call on the river, okay. Thank you, Kimapa. So bet with 2 pair and call with the aces, trips aces, right? Oh. Everyone has his version, huh? I see. Wow. And so the pot is really big, and it's Miami guy with the heart, with the will, that will take it, not holding anything that connects with the board, but just betting it. It will be enough here. And as you can see in the profits and losses, no big hand here yet. Only the 10th hand of the day. And how many chips did the straddle amount this time? Oh. Okay, so this might be the biggest pot of the day. We have 2,250 euros in the middle. Maybe. It seems like it's the case. Yep. And I cannot really tell you who has the best hand. But it's the queens of Miami guy again that is going to bet. It's gonna get called by the 9 high flush draw and the pair, and he will get there on the turn. Veritas with the call again with the flush, no problem. Surprising bet on Miami guy's end. On the flush in PLO, but it's got a snapshot with the full house river. That is also a 4th diamond, which is not that important in PLO. I mean, when it's a deuce. And the Miami guy gonna take this one down with the pre-value turn on the full house river, and it's gonna go up to a huge 2.3k profit. Because, well, I think the straddle went pretty high pre-flop. By the way, those guys, I think, are talking in German. If you are German, well, you probably speak English, because most German do, but there is, I believe, a German stream. You can go to Spanish Poker Festival Twitter and you will find the link to that. There is also, if you are a Spanish speaker, the everlasting stream of the beautiful David Lusago on Poker en Directo. Go check this channel out if you want to. And it's gonna be a 320 straddle, it seems, or at least a 160 euro one. So if you were afraid that 5-5 stake was a little bit small, well, those guys, they don't really care about that. And I think 3 of those guys are all in. At the bottom of the graphics, we can see that there were a bunch of short stacks, so these guys just gonna put it in and hope. Oh, are there? Are they? Not really sure what's happening, but there is gonna be an all-in and call with cards revealed though. For either 135 euros or 1.4k, 1.4k, one or the other. And it's gonna be just the full house for the Queen 9-6-3. Pretty nice against the aces. And he's gonna take it down. Very few outs. And it's gonna be the bust for Oleg from Ukraine. Bust or rebuy. And so how much is he taking? Plus 525. There's gonna be 2 limp and Ribeiro from the hijack is looking to isolate that. Has a very pretty double suited hand. But instead it's gonna be a 3-bet from Gonzalez with the 10-9-8-4 double suited also. And Oleg is gonna take the opportunity to put the ace-king all in. Miami guy will call with the jacks and the double suit also. He will have the better hard suit for what it's worth. Spade are probably not coming out, but let's just see. And 2 diamond and a club. And a set of jacks for Miami guy here in the seat 1. Gonna be happy to bet it to the size of the pot, it seems. And Oleg, very short stack, is gonna have to be all in to call this one. He has only the top pair, but he has the better 2 pair outs. No flush draw. It depends on how much he has to it's like 395, but obviously he should fold here because Miami guy has the set. But will he? Oleg will lay it down. Good fold by him. And it's the German player from the seat 1 again, who's gonna put his hand in the middle to reach for chips. And is now already after hand 13. A 2.5k profit. At 2.5k profit.
Veritas is gonna straddle Ribeiro with the quick raise to 40 euros. Gonna be called by Oleg with the kings and a spade suit. No, it's gonna be 3-bet, and it's actually a good situation for him against the jacks. At least pre-flop. And we'll pretty much never see a fold pre-flop to a 3-bet in Omaha. It's not gonna be right now from Ribeiro. He will call. And not much help here. Oleg even has the flush draw to go with it. He's gonna put his 265 all in. Pretty much the size of the pot. And Ribeiro gonna have a decision. He does have a 6, which, you know, less 2 pairs, less sets of 6s. And he will have to think whether with the short stack his opponent is going all in with hands that don't have pairs, in which case the jacks might be good. And he does not think so. He will fold. Good fold. And here again, it seems it's gonna be calls overall until Oleg with the aces. No problem for him. He will raise this up to 130. It's a call from... who called that? From Gerard with the 7-7-6-5 from the small blind. And I think it pretty much puts him all in, as we can see. Should be 5 euros behind for him, so. And Ribeiro here will take the bait and go for the big 4-bet with the queen and the double suit. It's gonna be all in, and Ribeiro not gonna be too happy. He has one suit covered. He's winning on the no, he has the 2 suits covered, is what I was afraid of. So really crushed by Oleg here. And let's see what Gerard can do in this one. Maybe spike a low straight or a 7, a 9-8 board. This is not it for Gerard, and Oleg is gonna remain ahead for now. The spade is a pair for Ribeiro, but he's gonna need more than that, and it is gonna be the Ribeiro win on the river with the king-queen making a straight. Did not really have time to count all the outs, and he's gonna bust the 2 short stack. A little bit unlucky for Oleg, but as you can see, as you've seen rather, The equity on the flop and turn with the 10 jack were pretty well split. So there we go. First decent pot of the day for Ribeiro. I believe a second profit finisher of yesterday's 5-10 cash game. And we haven't seen much of the 14k profiter, Mr. Martinez, on the seat number 3, al puesto 3. And Gerhard is gonna get the triple aces deal. Not the most amazing one, but if you can see a flop, maybe spike the last ace, which is gonna be impossible this time, but not the worst hand. Definitely not one you want to put too much money in with either. Not even one suit for Gerhard, but I believe, you know, has a pair of aces, and it is going to be enough for him to raise it up to 230 and trying to get it in, having only 270 behind. And Oleg with call. Not the best hand to play, even against 3 aces. Both player with 270 behind. Oleg is gonna need some help. But we will have a betting run, I believe, on the flop. Then right there, right then. And yeah, pretty blanky for those two. And it's gotta be the check. I mean, if you check the flop, might as well check this turn with the hands that we see. And it's gonna be a 3-time check. What do you have? Well, better than you, my friend. And Oleg is gonna have to muck this one. And Martinez will play this one. Finally, a hand for him. And let's see how much call he will get. He gets 3. Oh, and the 10 in the... Oh, the double 10. Was gonna say door card. And Martinez with the quad here. Quad 10. Not the worst hand. He's gonna check it once, but not twice. Obviously, a whole lot of draws right here. Probably looking to get called by Miami guy here. And no one, surprisingly, wants any piece of that. No Jack 9 call, no Queen call from Miami guy. And the poor Martinez is just gonna take his quad. Well, he's gonna give it to the dealer for 60 euros. And a heads up between Martinez and the Miami guy. And the snap fold. And the Miami guy still up a ton of chips. Started with, well, what we can imagine was 500 euros. And already up 2.5 thousand. Pretty comfortable for him. We will not say he has not been getting a little lucky. But let's see how this turns out. He has two very good no limit hold'em players on his left. We don't know about their PLO game, but they might be good also. I'm talking about those two kids, Ribeiro and Martinez, biggest profit of yesterday's game. So they're gonna have the position on him to try to take those 2.5 back. He does limp pretty much all the hands. So let's say if he hangs on to that or gives it away, that is gonna be the first challenge of the table. He doesn't seem like he's ready to quit at all. And the 6-3-4 is bet by Ribeiro with the everything, and everything is gonna be in full house here. Miami guy called with the flush draw and the backdoor flush draw. Veritas with the aces, and now it's gonna be enough for one of them. Maybe no, they're both gonna go call again. Obviously we can see that they are pretty much drawing dead. Veritas needing an ace to make the better full house here. He does not find it, and the 8 instead is gonna give a king high flush to Miami guy, who's gonna check. But yeah, quick 100 euro bet from Ribeiro, and there's gonna be Veritas to act before Miami guy can call his flush. He will call and see the bad news. Little bit disappointing, the only 100 euro bet on the river, but I guess he wasn't expected to get called by very much hand. Having himself 3 hearts that constitute the backdoor flush draw. A little bit harder to imagine that someone has made the backdoor flush draw, so you're getting to get called by maybe over pairs or 2 pair. That might be the reason, and it's gonna be Ribeiro, the second most profit of the day, just climbing back to his starting stack pretty much. Miami guy raising the stakes to 50 here. Only Petre to call him, of course. And pretty interesting situation, because Miami guy didn't flop anything. He will still bet out and just take this one down against the King 985. He did bet the pot, so this is something to note. I mean, for the players, not really, because they cannot know what he had in hand, but going for the bluff at the pot size, pretty interesting. Guys, if you're just joining, this is still the Spanish Poker Festival. We are going for a day of PLO stream, the great game. we know some of you are unconditional fan of the game, so here we go. Hopefully the stacks will get deeper and we will have a little more big pots going, but you cannot really control what happens. So we'll just have to wait and see. PLO is pretty famous for his swings, so I'm not too scared it doesn't happen. And here Oleg with the king queen jack double suited, gonna make it 80. He is pretty well crushed by Martinez here, who's also gonna have the position, and Gonzalez with kind of the same type of hand, the queen 10 9-7. No suits for him. Not really sure how much you like this hand in the small blind. Pretty interesting. Gonzalez is one of the a little bit deep stacks guys. He's gonna play with more than 1,000 euros on this one, and it's gonna flop a bunch of draws. Pretty good hand for him on this board, and it's gonna be the all-in, and Martinez calling with the top two. Now what does Gonzalez want to do? It's pretty hard. I don't really know. Probably just call because you cannot really go all in with your hand having none of the flush draws. It is seems kind of bad, although lucky for him no one has a heart either, so. But what do you do on a heart when you have the queen 10-9? Pretty much have to fold if you get any action. It's gonna be an 8 instead. Another pair for Martinez, which will actually mean that he makes a full house, and he's gonna win this one right out. No outs for the poor Oleg, who's gonna bust, I believe, a second time. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna display the hands, but even a straight will not save him. It's gonna be a super over mega full house in every sense. With the 8, with the jack, by the ace from Martinez, and Oleg is probably gonna make another rebuy here. Miami guy again with the limp, the biggest profit of the day so far. The German on seat 1, liking his hand. He's gonna see 5 other players limping. And who's gonna make the better hand? PLO. PLO. You have it? You don't have it? Someone has it. Who has the best hand here, guys? Can you see it? Can you see it fast enough? I don't have a lot of training. I'm just gonna go with the top pair. Probably a bunch of draws for a lot of our guys here. 2 flush draws. Not very high ones too, but the queen is gonna complete the flush for both Veritas and Miami guy. Let's see how much trouble Miami guy gets. He is gonna bet, and Gerard with, well, 2 pairs, 3 pairs actually. Let's say 2 pair king queens. I guess that's his hand. Is gonna call on the flush. Probably a. I mean, yeah, that's a small mistake. We're gonna say it in a 3-way. you should probably fold, but he's hoping probably for a full house, so he doesn't get it unfortunately. And Veritas is gonna check the best hand again, and this is gonna be another bet from Miami guy. It is kind of scary with only the 7 high flush, but it is gonna be enough because the value bet was for a 6 high flush, and Miami guy gonna give a few chips back here. And if you're just tuning in and you have trouble with the chips value, let me help you there. The red are the 5 euros, the green 25 euros, and the white ones are 100 euros. And Ribeiro coming back at the good time to find kings with the suit. And who knows? Oh, Miami guy with the aces on the straddle under the gun. Let's see how it plays out. He probably will raise it up, and he does. He will pot it, I believe, putting all the chips in the middle that he can. The dealer is gonna make the count for you, and it is gonna be 240 euros, which no one will like to call for now. What about Oleg? He has lost a bunch of chips already. Yep, he is in makeup anyway. He has to make this money back, so he will call with a pretty Queen Jack 10-8, double suited. His 2 suits are live, lucky for him. So he will really be looking to hit one of those, either spades or diamonds for the Ukrainian player, and Miami guy of course having the better of it for now with the aces. And here goes Oleg. He will probably already, with the pot being 1000, look to get a bunch of chips in here. And Miami guy probably gonna pot it, so we said the pot was 1k, so it's gonna be a 1k pot. Unless we're playing No Limit Homao, which I don't know if it's played. Probably not. Not anymore. Not after the financial crisis. And Oleg, pretty tough decision with, as we said, the best suit, because the only suit, and the Queen Jack 10 to go with the king on this flop, but it's pretty hard for him to know that it's not dominated but by one of the other 3 players. He's still gonna go for it, and he's gonna be a pretty decent dog here. But Veritas, with the 7, is gonna make a call. He also has the open-ender, but no flush draw. And he goes all in with the 700. So it's a 3-way. Let's see who wins that. We see Oleg favorite against the 2 players, of course. That is gonna be a pretty decent card for him, but it's still no straight. He needs to improve by now, and it is a spade who will give Oleg the flush. And I believe that Veritas still busts against the aces. Yep. And Oleg, mission accomplished, recovering pretty much all of his losses back in this one. PLO swings. And mein Freunds, don't forget, we have 2 days left after this one of Spanish Poker Festival. Sorry. Tomorrow the 510 cash game, no limit hold'em, and the day after the final table on Monday of the main event of this series. Definitely tune out to that. There is gonna be a commentated stream, of course, here in Rozvadov, and it's gonna close out this Spanish Poker Festival series that's been running since June 29th. We remember a few winners. Let me tell you while we wait for the dealer to give everyone his rebuy. We had Bex23, the German, who won the first opening event. Then we had on stream Tarym, who won the Spanish Cup for almost 10k. And then the great Tomovic that we saw yesterday in the cash game also won for more than 15,000 euros. He won, what's the name of the tournament? The High Roller, of course, 600 euros buy-in. And if you crave tournament action, again, last tournament of the series on Monday at 8, right here on the channel. And it is the Miami guy from Germany to the initiative. He raised it 35, which was probably the maximum amount. Dealer of PLO looks like it's a hell of a job. I mean that in a hard job type of job. Well, dealer is not the easiest one in the first place, but having to count every pot for the players and then split all the split pot with the short stack, and you have to not miss one. Sometimes someone is gonna get there in a 10k pot with a gut shot that you didn't even see. Oh boy, oh boy. And another short stack all in. It's actually going to be Gerard from Germany also. Gonna flip against Martinez for a few hundreds. And yeah, Martinez is gonna look at those two small cards to encounter a third one. It is not gonna do it there. It's gonna need another one, and this is not better, so it's gonna be two pair unless there's a flush for someone. Nope, no flush, so yeah, two pair for Gerard. He's gonna go up to 500, I believe, what he started the hand with. Yeah, as I was saying, not an easy job to deal PLO. Oh, and also sometimes you have to run it twice. So this time the 7 is not going to be help neither. He needs a 9 and 8 something. Actually, not an 8. More like a... Yes, the 8 will do it. My bad, guys. He has the 6-5, of course. So is this a split? Everyone winning one of the pots. So there you go. Take back your money, gentlemen. Gentlemen. One for you, sir. She almost missed it. I'm telling you guys, she's under so much pressure, so much work. She almost doesn't recognize the one player from another. And the Miami guy profits. Is shrinking down a little, going from 2.5k to only 1.2 now. And Gerard from the cutoff is gonna ask how much he can raise to, because the aces he wants to get in pre-flop. It's gonna get called with the speculative Jack 976 from the Miami guy. And Martinez is gonna tag along for some reason with the Ace Jack 4 deuce. We do see that he's not in the best shape against those two hands, but he's gonna try and make a miraculous queen at this point, which would give him the nuts, but it's not gonna be able to call the bet on the flop, and a row of fold here. And everyone will put in a orange bill in this spot to see an ace deuce 5-1. No, ace 9 deuce, sorry. Why a 5? No 5s. And again, a check all around. Pretty hard to bet into a million players with not really a very good hand for anyone until Martinez spikes the does he have a straight already? No, he has two pair and a flush draw, but it's gonna be enough, and he takes it. And the profits still shrinking of Miami guy. Only 1k profit for him now. Only, I mean, it's still something, but it seems like it goes away 200 by 200 euros. And it's gonna be a Czech Republic against Czech Republic with Veritas and Petr here on the right side of the table. 60 euros bet on this 838. Seems like it's gonna be called by the ace high with the backdoor flush draw. Not much else for him to draw to. Oh no, he's gonna raise actually. A little bluff raise to try and get his open enough of this one, but with the kings and the flush draw, Veritas not going anywhere, of course. And guys, I mean, only 300 euros or so in a 500 euro pot. Petr finding the happy flush draw on the turn. He's gonna put it in, and I guess we should see a call from Veritas. Still happy about his hand. He even picked up the 7-6 draw, so the open-ender. And a 4 will do it for him too. So bunch of equity for Veritas here, and he's looking to win this one 70% of the time. Can it happen now? Will they run it twice? It doesn't seem like they will. And the deuce in this case is gonna be off spade, and Veritas giving all his chips up on this hand to his friend Petra. The ballsy bluff on the flop that pays, finally hitting the river. And a row of pineapple for our Iberic Peninsula players, Ribeiro and Martinez. That is the information of the day. Eat your pineapple plate. And the Miami guy getting all in with only 310 euros behind, with absolutely nothing on this one but a hope that it comes with a spade, or that the 9-6 hits, and it does instantly on the turn. Now Veritas only redrawing to a better straight with the jack, I believe. He's not gonna hit it, and we're not gonna lose Miami guy just yet. It's gonna go up to 500. And a 5-way for 5 euros each. And it could get interesting in between Oleg and Gonzalez, both having one of the jack, no one having 4 yet. And it's going to be for Oleg, the full house on the turn with the jack 4. Gonzalez will bet though. And here goes Oleg with the call. Only 15 euros. But he is the one, Gonzalez, with the flush draws and all. And it actually went for a raise to 50 euros. And it's gonna be the fold from Gonzalez. Gonna be the fold right away against the full house. Well, pretty sick read from the Spanish player. Well read. And now Miami guy will double the straddle. He will get raised and won't give the king queen away. So I believe it's gonna be a heads up pot between well, no, it is a three-way. Queens against ace, king against some kind of king queen 6-5. And Miami guy is gonna be in big trouble here. He's against top set and he made top pair. Actually, he made two pairs. And Veritas going all in with the ace king flush draw. What does Miami guy think about his two pairs? He doesn't draw too much. And he does make the good fold here. And he had queen 6, as he tells us. He had the queens still looking to win this, unless a spade, and it is a spade again. Cruel spades today. Keep hitting the river, and it's gonna be for Veritas this time. Gerard giving the 500 away. And Ribeiro with the very good straddle. Of course, you don't see a hand when you straddle, but ace, ace, king, queen is a pretty decent one to do that with. And he's gonna face a raise from Gonzalez, who himself has kings, blocking some aces, some queens. Pretty decent hands. And the second pineapple play might be the most exciting of the last 10 hand event. The second plate of pineapple just arrived, guys. I'm getting kind of hungry after that. Look at that beautiful pineapple. Yeah, see Mr. Miami guy, he's looking at it too. He's like, well, can I have, I'd like one of those too, man. I mean, And waitress is like, well, I mean, I just got 3 pineapples apart for these guys. I don't know if we have those. I mean, they don't grow in Czech Republic anyway, so... The Spanish guy, they come here, they think pineapple just grow everywhere. They don't. They don't. Gonzalez finally went all in for the 700 somehow. He has the kings, like I said, the blocker on the nuts. And it is gonna be a pre-flop fold with the aces. No, that's not really possible. Yeah. I was confused, but Ribeiro, of course, didn't fold it. Aces with an ace suit. Aces, king, queen. I would have probably just left the stream if he did. He, of course, made the call and is gonna be a pretty decent favorite here. Can he hold that? Those are gonna be 2 diamonds, just in case. He's only gonna need 1 to be sure to win this one. The 9 not helping anyone. And Gonzalez will need a king here. He does not find it. And the Ribeiro is gonna make, well, a pretty decent profit out of this one. Almost 800 euros. Oh, but we're gonna run this one a second time. Why not? Doesn't change much. Again. And still only a king to save Gonzalez at this point. Or he's gonna lose both pots. And he will lose both pots. And here we go for the 30th hand of the night. Don't forget, guys, that we have 2 more days of streaming of the Spanish Poker Festival. Tomorrow, another 510 No Limit Hold'em cash game stream. Followed by the main event, well, race to the final table. And on Monday night, 8 p.m. CEST time, the final table of the main event of this SPF. And another all-in from Gerhard with the 8764. It's gonna be 180 and Martinez with, well, the aces and a suit. It's gonna try to force Miami guy to put his tackle in. And well, he pretty much will, because it's now only 340 euros in the German stacks. So he's gonna need help on the flop. Yeah, no more PLO tomorrow. Sorry, Kimapa. You know, it's fun, but one day is good. One day is good. That's a lot of cards to have in hand. And the 8764 is actually gonna hit a pair, but it's now not enough.
And he will try. The Miami guy with the 8-7-6-4 is gonna try to win this 2.4k pot against Martinez and the all-in Gerhard. And actually Miami guy has the Queen Jack 9 with another card that we don't know of. But yeah, we're gonna see it right there. Oh, it's a 3, so not a lot of help, but it's still a pair. Looking to spike a 3. The 4 is help for Gerhard, but it doesn't change anything for the main pot. And the Miami guy is not gonna get lucky here. Martinez will win the big side pot against both players. The king giving him, well, the better 2 pairs, of course, against the 7-4 of Gerhard 2. And do we lose those guys? Do they rebuy? Miami guy now down 1,200 euros. He was after 10 hand. He was up 2.5k, I believe. So pretty huge downswings in less than an hour. And it is gonna be a rebuy for everyone. And the biggest profit, almost as yesterday, is Ribeiro, and Martinez is just behind him, trying to, well, to finish at the top of the ladder again, like he did yesterday in the No Limit Hold'em cash game. I believe more than 7,000 euros of profit yesterday for him. It's gonna be pretty hard to top off today, because there's not as much money on the table yet. But if everyone keeps rebuying and the same guys different guys take pots, we might just get there later tonight. We're streaming for at least 5 hours, I believe. So we're only getting started. And Veritas at home here is gonna make it 195. Miami guy with the King Jack 10-9. He is not going anywhere, although he's pretty sad if Martinez enter the pot, which he will. And a 4-way pot for almost 800 at this point. All the guys having pretty much the size of the pot left in their stack. So again, a short stack game, pretty much right there from the flop. It's gonna be top pair for Miami guy. Of course, Veritas still being ahead with the kings in direct equity, but Gerhard with the flush draw, also not bad. Martinez has the open-ender. Everyone has a little bit of something pretty much. So let's see how this plays out. Gerhard went ahead and shoved. And now Veritas follows him. Martinez is probably gonna look to fold this. Whatever happens. 9-8 not being the best. He's gonna look at his cards. Miami guy making the good fold with the top pair. And a 2.5 thousand euro pot is created, and it's gonna be played either once or twice, but it's gonna be played. And we will have the pair of kings for now, with the inferior flush draw against Gerard's not flush draw, and also straight outs that he hits. Did he? Yeah, he did. 7-4 is a straight, and that will be sufficient for him to take it down. And another K lost for Veritas, unfortunately. Another 1,000 euro going away. Goes pretty fast in this game. And here we can see, let's have a look at the biggest loser, because we have three of them: Miami Guy, Gonzalez, and Veritas. Those three are losing from 1 to 2,000 euros for now. No one left the table yet, I believe, so all the money is still here, which is always a reason to stay, I guess. And play another 5-way maybe. And Miami Guy again taking it down with a small bluff here.
Abyste to pak všem řekl, že se znásobil, tak ať to ví proč. Ať u toho nevypadám.
Quite a flop here, and only one guy with a king. It's Ribeiro, of course. Miami Guy following once with the top pair ace. And it's gonna be a check again from Ribeiro, not betting this. And he will bet 35 euro on the river, and trying to get called by the ace. Probably understood at this point what he was up against. And very small pot. Kind of disappointed that he doesn't bet the turn. you have a flush draw, you have the king, of course. I mean, against Miami guy in position, you probably want to bet in a €30 pot. But anyway, and I think that's what Martinez is trying to tell him. Dude, you have to bet this. I mean, yeah. The Miami guy is also the biggest loser of the day. Probably if you came here to win some chips where you want to aim. No disrespect intended, of course. But it seems like he's more here to have fun when Ribeiro is here to win chips if he can. And it's gonna be 50 to enter this one. It will go 4-way. And the flush for only Gerard, who checks it. No one will bet. And we have to be careful because now there is one king for Martinez. He will face a bet. And will he call once? It is not necessarily. He might, but we'll have to see. It is a €200 bet on this turn, and he will call, and that will be no help to him because unlike in Hold'em, you have to use 2 cards from your hand, and if he does, he only has a trip, king. And on the check from Gerard, he's actually gonna bet it pretty quick, so I'm unsure whether he thinks he has the best hand or he's trying to bluff. It seems a little weird to bluff trips king here, so he will probably just be value betting, and he will make... What? Oh no, not like this. I think unfortunately Gerard folded the best hand here. Unless I misread something, which is always possible. We might have had a trips value bet and a fold of the flush. Don't really know what to tell you. Maybe the full house on the board kind of scared Gerard away. It can happen sometimes when it can happen. But moving on. Oh, and Miami guy is probably gonna be he might be in trouble here. He went with the big bet with the top pair, but problem is he's against top 2 and a better flush draw, which yeah does happen 5-way. It's gonna be in a decently bad shape. He's gonna get raised instantly by Ribeiro. I do not dislike it. You even have the 4, so it's unlikely someone has a set of 4, so it pretty much means you have the best hand until the turn, which is probably his reason for raising here. He's a very careful player, not putting too much money in without the goods. And here, it's a decent card for him. Still no straight, still no flush. He will be looking to bet it, and probably to bet it to pretty high sizing. And yes, look at this. It is the pot. He's gonna make it 1.3 here, and let's see if those guys won in. I mean, Miami guy only with the 300 left, and Gonzalez just made 2 pair and has the nut flush draw, so he will put the 1k in with little hesitation on his mind and on his face. And it's gonna be a showdown between the 3, because Miami guy put the 300 in at this point. He is drawing very thin. I guess he has to spike like an ace. Yeah, an ace. That's not the ace of club, but that's not possible. So he has to spike the last ace of the deck, probably, to win this. And yeah, I don't see the rest of the outs. Might be some, but here we will go running this once, I believe. Nope, running this twice. The deuce is still good for Ribeiro and the king 8, and the 7. Is there a straight?
I win 1/2 and this.
There is a straight. No, there is a flush, sorry, for Gonzalez, is what I meant. And also a small flush for Miami guy, so we're gonna cut the pot in 12, guys. And we'll be back in half an hour when we've given the chips to everyone. First, figuring out who has what. Alright, tournament director is doing the tournament. Probably not, but the cash game floor, rather. Helping the dealer in those heated situations. And I think we just lost the Miami guy on the seat 1. It's gonna give it up. The floor probably telling the players that it wouldn't be reasonable to order any more pineapple at this point, the stocks being very low. And either some of those guys are taking a small break, or we might have some new players in the house. Guys, if you're just joining, you are watching the Spanish Poker Festival, another day of stream. We're streaming until the 10th of July, finishing with on Monday with the final table of the main event. But we are here live today for a night of 5-5 PLO action, and tomorrow the 5-10, the comeback of the 5-10 session. 5-10 no limit hold'em, of course, and we have a new player on seat 4. We're gonna see who he is and what he wants. Probably wants chips. And El Turco is his nickname, it seems. He seems to be, well, Turkish, as the flag would signal. And he's gonna raise this one to 40 with a small funky hand. Not very good hand, let's say, but he will be in position with the double suit. Veritas has the better spade draw, but we're gonna have to see. And here, no one is really happy. No pairs. And the C-better, will he take it against Martinez? He will.
The fold on Jack 6-6 and first hand, first bluff for El Turco. Who I have a feeling came here to play some pots. And our Portuguese friend Ribeiro getting acquainted with the new arrivant El Turco. Talking about the good places to play poker in. Maybe in Estoril, I think I caught. And the Miami guy is definitely not gone. And he is gonna look to fold this one. I got excited for nothing. It is Veritas again with the raise. And again with the kings, by the way. And Ribeiro, unless he has a an ace suit here. Oh, he's gonna go for the 4-bet, so that might even be the ace. Another ace. I mean, I don't see Ribeiro 3-betting much. Maybe he has the king of heart. I don't know. What? Okay, and the kings folded pre-flop this time. Ribeiro is gonna be the biggest profiter. The man with the biggest profit tonight, after only not even 40 hands. Almost 2k profit for him. Martinez, the biggest winner of yesterday, almost 1k profit. And the Miami guy, along with Veritas, who just folded the kings here, are the two biggest losers for now. Both from Germany, which, you know, you can note. It's not very often that German are the losers at a poker table. So. And El Turco, while talking about football, he's gonna make a small 3-bet with another double suited hand. A little bit better this time with the ace suit. It's gonna find Veritas. Only calling this time? No. He will probably raise it up as he's been doing a lot with the kings and queens and aces. And he shouldn't find anyone to call him at this point. Unless El Turco fancies it, he will. I mean, Veritas is pretty short, only 500 behind, so. And as expected, Veritas will find a way to go all in and get called here. No, probably not. Yes, he will get called by the 10 high flush draw here and the gut shot. El Turco in pretty bad shape, only 15%, which is crazy low in Omaha. And he's gonna look to maybe spike one of those jacks. And he does! Oh my god, the 15%. Already winning here. Well, pretty lucky from him. From the pre-flop on, it was, well, way behind.
If I call this pre-flop, I actually call it. God help us, we need help. Sit up, the next player, please.
And the poor Veritas is gonna lose yet another pot. And will he look to rebuy another time? He will go to the top of the loss of the day, I believe, unfortunately for him. This is 5-5, my friend, as it's written on the, maybe you can see all the time, but on the top left of your screen you have a small indication. There you go, on the black, you should see it better. Yep, 5-5. Very often one straddle or more. We've seen all kinds of pot size, and as you can see, swings well are real. We have two big winner, we have one big winner and two big losers for now. Also Gonzalez with the minus 1000 and Veritas going down to minus 3k, unfortunately. And Ribeiro is great, says Espelidiao from Portugal, I guess. Maybe you're a friend of his. He seems like a good player, at least yesterday. It's a bit early to say today, but I'm sure he is, and he is the biggest winner of the day. Also, seems like a very nice guy. And here we go with one of the rare pots that has not been re-raised pre-flop. Only limpers on this. Yeah, only limper on this one. And there is a pair of aces hanging in there. Okay, so El Turco has decided to play well, strong with a weak hand and weak with a strong hand. Is gonna go for the overlimp with the aces double suited, and he will flat out just fold them on this flop. He might have had still the best hand. I'm not really sure about the laydown, but I mean, he figured like in a 5-way pot, a lot of draws, all the queen 10 and the clubs that he doesn't have are pretty good dog to his hand. But still, surprising play to me, kind of, both pre-flop and post-flop. And the flush is gonna hit. That is good for Martinez, the biggest winner of yesterday's game, and it's gonna take it down right there. And El Turco, of course, climbing up to the winner's bracket already with the 1000 win. Hey, hello Bud, no Bud. Glad to see you back after yesterday's action.
And another very small pot. And there is going to be a draw both from for Martinez and Ribeiro. Alright, and it seems like the pot is kind of getting out of hands. But that was before Martinez put the pressure on somehow, and we had the better flush draw of the two. That was folded by Ribeiro, I think, unless I missed something. And we're gonna have a little dealer change. Like we said before, pretty hard job to do in a PLO game. And thank the Lord they have some help. Welcome, bienvenidos if you're just joining. This is still the Spanish Poker Festival. We're gonna play another half an hour before we take a small break. And we will be playing until 1 a.m. this morning, like yesterday, and like we will do tomorrow. So definitely tune in tomorrow if you like No Limit Hold'em. We will play another 5-10 session. But until then, we will stick with those guys. 3 of them were actually in the session yesterday and are showing us that they can also play the great game of PLO. And El Turco heads up with Martinez. Small blind, V big blind, pretty rare that it gets through like that in PLO. And it's Martinez that's gonna bet the set that he found on the turn pretty safely. And El Turco shouldn't be looking to defend this one. And if you're just joining, here are the standings. You can see that the Miami guy is not having the best time anymore after profiting more than 2.5 thousand. Veritas at the seat 8 on the far right of the screen is also in trouble. Well, I mean, he's losing. I don't think it's gonna trouble him too much though, but it is still a loss. And Gonzalez, the seat 5, also losing. Otherwise, it's profit for everyone. And again, it's the 2 biggest profit from yesterday's No Limit Hold'em game that are first and second, Ribeiro and Martinez. So someone will have to do something against those guys because it seems like they're cruising on the Rozvadov cash games for now. All right. What is actually happening here? Nothing. I think this one went through. We're gonna go to another one.
da habe ich gemerkt heute. Ich bin mit 260er gefahren. Nicht, ne? Schön ICE gucken. Go ahead.
And we'll play another game of Who Makes a Pair, boys and girls. Seeing the flop and trying, yep, to make a pair. I don't remember how the game is called in English again. What is this game? Where you just like take a deck of cards and you reveal one card after the other, and basically the biggest cards wins the pot. And if you have the same one, you go to like a war or a challenge. Maybe it's called war or challenge, something like that. Anyway, feels a little bit like this when it goes 10, called 8 times, and to the flop, everyone having, well, I don't know, like 9% of equity, 9 to 13% of equity. And here I think Miami guy, he's the one. No, there's a full house for Martinez, unfortunately for the German fella here. It is Miami guy who's gonna bet, and Martinez with the call. No problem, no need to raise, you have the max hand. Will he let Miami guy make a straight if he can? And he will not do so. Will he bet again with the king? He will. And Martinez is gonna look to take all of his opponent chips here. He's gonna go for the snap all in, and it will even get called. I don't think it was very much more to put in the middle, and Miami guy is gonna suffer another loss here in the great game of PLO. Unfortunately, Martinez with the goods. And he's gonna join Veritas as the biggest loser of the day. Martinez, following his own yesterday's steps, he won 7,000 euros, a little more maybe, at the no limit game yesterday, and he is now the biggest profit of this one after almost 50 hands and like 2 hours of play. So pretty consistent. Like I said, Ribeiro and Martinez, they didn't come here to well, they came here to work, and it shows. What about the guys that are having fun though? Those guys can, I mean, we're missing a little bit of Ender and a little bit of Tomovic at this table, the live guys that actually, like, you know what they're doing, putting the big bluff in place and all. Maybe they'll come later. And here the pot is going to be 160, and we have again a pair of aces that were just called pre-flop by El Turco. He also has the king high suit, and it's gonna flop a trips ace. Trips aces, that is gonna check again with the sneaky tricky play. Will he check the turn? Probably not. He does check the turn. No, okay, that was yeah, sorry about that. It was getting impossible. He will bet and get called now. Yes, he will get called by the flush draw and the straight draw, and again the spades hitting the river. Unlucky, I guess, for El Turco, and it is gonna be the bet from the Jack 5 of spade. Will he get called? Yes, he did get called, it seems. What? What is... getting trolled. Don't know the end of this one, but to me it was a Veritas win, but I didn't see any chips going his way, so I'm kind of worried. If the flush is not winning anymore, well. We'll just go to the next one. And El Turco with the aces again. Sticking to the one chip strategy and calling the 5. He also has the spade suit, and he will hope that someone raises it up, and it's just what Veritas does. And everyone's gonna try to catch something once again in this game. 5 players to the flop. And El Turco might just have the best hand here. Although against Veritas it's getting very close. He has all the draws that you want with the 8-6-4-3. And again El Turco is gonna have to fold the aces on Martinez raise. We can imagine that Veritas will call, since he's been playing well this style for a while. But the top 2 of Martinez is still gonna be a bet, even though we can see that he's drawing dead, but he shouldn't be drawing dead. What am I saying? He's not drawing dead at all. He has the king of the 7 to improve. So he will need one of those to beat Veritas here, and the 5 will not do it. Veritas will take this one with the mighty straight draw flop. And it is time for Veritas to make some money back. Sketchy indeed. He will take this pot. And Martinez again raising with top 2, just playing for value against most players. And it's going to be Gonzalez with the raise from the hijack. And we haven't seen our friend Oleg for a while here. He's going to fold this one out too. What is happening here? I guess yeah, Veritas with the middle set, and he's against a nut flush draw from Gerhard. So the 2 Dutchmen, not Dutch, Deutschman, the 2 Germans are gonna go head to head. Obviously Veritas being a high favorite, a huge favorite rather. But we've seen River save him. Maybe they will save Gerhard too. They will not. And the set of 4s will hold. No flush for Gerhard. And Veritas will actually go back to a pretty healthy 2k stake, I believe. Not really. Little less probably. And we will go for the 47th hand of this Spanish Poker Festival 5-5 cash game. This is the great game of PLO that you are watching, of course. And we have again Ribeiro and Martinez as the biggest winner of the day so far. The other guys, well, really trying to make pairs at this point. They need someone to challenge them. Because, yep, maybe they need to challenge each other. Maybe we'll see the big pot against between Ribeiro and Martinez here on the screen on the right side. They are the two biggest stacks too, so those are the biggest hope. And there is a straight for Gerhard. He's gonna bet it. Gonna get called here as expected. The jack-high flush draw. Oh no, he has the straight also, my bad. It is Gonzalez with the flush draw and he should look to call this one maybe. Three-way to the turn. And still the two Germans with the best hands. And the big bet, he's definitely not gonna get a fold. Maybe Veritas is looking to raise it right there and prevent anything to ruin his action, like a flush. But he will just call. And well, unless one of those guys folds a straight river, well, we'll be set. And there will be no bet from Gerhard here, so Veritas should be pretty sure that he has the best hand here and bet out. And we're hopefully gonna see the check call from the cutoff here for a little more than 300 euros. And he will call, and they will split. And El Turco with the aces went with the straddle without seeing the hand, of course, but he might just have went for a limp. Had he seen that he had the aces, it's been his, I think his third pair of aces in a very small span of time. But none of them have made him any money so far. And he's gonna raise it this time to 40, but we'll get the 3 callers. Martinez with the funkiest hand here. And he's gonna pick up flush draw, but he's dominated by Miami guy very clearly here. And also Gerard with the middle set. He's gonna bet it. I like it. Go Gerard. Ton of draws, of course. And Miami guy here with the pair plus the flush draw. Plus, well, that's about it. The king, I guess. He will call. Martinez fold, and El Turco will be folding the aces once again, unfortunately, on this one. And the 8 is gonna give 2 pair to Miami guy, and that might just be enough. Oh, he has 145 behind. Okay. Well, he's obviously all in, and he's not busted yet. He can. Is he busted? No, he's not. Of course, he will win with flush, for example. And an ace is not gonna help him. Gerard with the set of 10s. He's gonna take this one, and Miami guy going away either for another rebuy or for a bust. He's now down almost 4,000 euros, biggest loser of the day, just before Veritas and Gonzalez. We can see that the profits are pretty much split between, well, first Ribeiro and Martinez, and now El Turco somehow made, he made almost 1,000 on the one of the first hand he played. And Assassin's2 asks, what kind of poker is this? Depends, what do you mean by that question, my friend? But the obvious answer is pot limit Omaha, of course. And Ribeiro here that trying to isolate some players from the button. He's gonna get called by everyone. And who flopped the best hand? It might just be, well, it's between El Turco and Gerard for now. Gerard with the pair, with the flush draw rather, and no one's gonna bet. And again, El Turco, who will wait for his hand not to be good anymore to bet it. Of course, he doesn't know it, but betting on the flush here is a little weird into 3 other players, and he will do so. He will not bet twice though. And Gerard is not gonna bet the queen. The queen high flush. But still, he will win the pot. I think there is a break coming up. I think I need this. Well, and it's gonna be Oleg under the gun with the fold probably. Let's see what the other players have. Gonzalez gonna bet out with the ace king flush draw. And this one. And everyone will fold. No, Gerhard will call. Thank you, Gerhard, with the top pair queen. He will call. And the 10, El Turco must be a little disappointed. He had a 10, I believe, in hand, but... And we will go here with the 52nd pot of the night. We've been live for more than 2 hours now. 2 hours and a half, exactly, actually. And the two guys chatting are the two biggest winner of the day so far, as they were yesterday. It's getting old. We need one of the other player at the table, El Turco or Veritas or Oleg. Anyone to, well, try to battle those guys. And here no one with an ace. And El Turco is gonna bet out with the kings, which is the best hand at the moment. But yeah. He's gonna get called by the 9876, the pretty hand. And the king will actually be a pretty good card for El Turco here. He's gonna bet again now that he actually has value. And he will take it down. El Turco is gonna go for a raise here to 20.
And the Jack King 4 is gonna give the best hand to El Turco, but everyone has a little bit. The bet will be called. And the 9 giving actually 2 pair for El Turco, but Gerard will not recognize the spot where he doesn't have the best hand anymore. And he will bet with the Queen 10 blocker, and it will get a snap fold, unfortunately, from El Turco, who had a coffee to drink, so. So I think the floor just announced a break, which is great. Really did not exactly hear what he said, but we'll see about that. And Martinez with the triple ocho is gonna fold it, I believe. Yes, he will. And our friend Oleg has the aces here. Oh, but oh, yeah. We were on a turn already. My bad. And Gerard has the goods with the set of 9. And it is gonna be the last hand before the break. We're gonna go to break. Well deserved. Yeah, for everyone. Thank you for being here. You are still watching the Spanish Poker Festival, guys. We will be back in something like 15 minutes for the rest of the action and to see if the incredible duo between Martinez and Ribeiro can still win this game. See you in 15, boys. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my friends. My name is Tom Jerry, aka Tarym, and I will be your host for 2 more hours tonight of great game of Pot Limit Omaha. Of course, we're still in the beautiful King's Casino in Rozvadov, and you have a table before your eyes of the losers and winners of the day, and it seems like I'm caught on a artillery fire, so if I die on stream, well, it has all been great. So there you go, the 2 winners of the big winner of the day is Mr. Ribeiro, who has been all day at the table yesterday. Martinez, biggest winner of yesterday's game, is also a winner. El Turco, who just came in for the last 10 hands before the break, has already made a decent profit too. And Gerhard, with a short stack game, he succeeded too in bringing up his stack well to 2.7 thousand with a plus 1k on the tables here. Beautiful. And the 2 losers still at the table are Gonzalez and Veritas, as you can see. We're gonna resume the play, of course, very soon with, I seem to, well, maybe a new player, maybe not. This is information. Maybe a new player, maybe not. We'll have to find this out. And of course, guys, tomorrow, don't forget, we have another session of cash game for this Spanish Poker Festival. For the last 2 days, we will have a 5-10, another 5-10 cash game session. And on Monday, the final table of the main event of the series. We will stream that with the whole cards as usual right there on the channel. And for our German and Spanish friend, there are streams in both languages, so you can head out there. Just look for Spanish Poker Festival on Twitter and you will have the link to those. And we're gonna play the first hand, well, the 55th of the day, but first one after the break of the second part, episode 2, if you want. And it's gonna start with a straddle from Martinez. And in the end, it seems like it's, well, it is a flop for sure, and then a turn. And there is the river. Veritas, if it's still in the hand, should have the best one here. He's gonna bet it for 50 euros and take it down. El Turco from Turkey, not having anything. And we will take another flop with rather small pot. Four-handed. There is a flush draw, a small one in the hands of Ribeiro here. He will not hit it on the turn, and so the best hand remains in the hand of El Turco. No, the top pair is still for the Portuguese here on the button. It's gonna make two pair, and it is gonna be the best hand. And no one will bet this one. And yeah, the ace-10 is best. No one has an 8-6 or an 8-queen. Or a queen-king, of course. So another small pot for the biggest winner of the day. Ribeiro here. And we have Petr from his home here in Rozvadov, who just took the seat 1, who belonged to the Miami guy, as he liked to be called, who left the table after, well, bringing a lot of action to it and playing a lot of pots. He did get lucky at the beginning, but the end of the session didn't go that well for him, unfortunately. And this is gonna be another family pot in PLO. Martinez flopping a full house here, but it's the cutoff with the pair of 8 and the nut flush draw that we'll bet. Just a call from Martinez on the button, and they are probably gonna play this one heads up. This card will not help Ribeiro, and he might check it, but he will not. He will make a small bet of 65. With still the nut flush draw, but he's pretty much drawing dead here against Martinez. He will need to spike an 8 to make a better full house, and the 5 will not do it. Not even give him the flush, and at this point he's gonna look to bluff his hand probably some of the time. Does he want to bet the bluff with this one though? We're gonna have to see. He surely doesn't think he wins anymore when he gets called twice, so he's gonna have to think about this one a little bit. But the pot is not very big, only 240, and he will try to make it 200. Of course, Martinez with the full house here is not going anywhere, and he will even maybe raise this. The nut flush draw is very probable hand in the hands of Ribeiro here, so he will look to get called by those and maybe smaller full houses, of course, like 3s or 3-4, 5-4. And he will make a small raise, 500 more, and this spot is kind of getting out of hand, but Ribeiro, of course, was bluffing. And he will lay this down probably. Well, I mean, obviously, no. Unless he's looking to make the hero call with the pair of 8s. He does have 2 pair with the board. And he beats, well, pretty much the hand that he has. which is the nut flush draw that called twice and bluffed the river, but yeah, he was probably just acting a little bit. And he will fold this, giving Martinez a chance to join him in the chip lead, so to say, of this table. And I will take a drink, please. Alright then. And I think Martinez very kindly just told his hand to his neighbor, his right seat neighbor here. 6-4, which was the truth, which is not always the case, and in fact almost never the case. When someone at the poker table tells you his hand just after, and you don't even ask, he's like lying, but maybe more than 100% of the time. But as we can see, Martinez here, one of the few good guys in this world. And now we saw Veritas on the seat 8 here, who is gonna open the kings, and will probably want to play this one. He's actually gonna raise it to 50 pretty quickly. And we already know that Gerard is not going anywhere, but they actually have a few more guests because Gonzalez decided that the 10-9-8-7 will be a pretty raise. He does do so, and the queens are folded by Gerard. But it's gonna be a call with the king from Veritas. And not the worst flop for Gonzalez, who flopped the top 2. He will probably look to bet this. Also has the draw and everything. What some call a wrap. Not everybody, just some. He bets it to 15. The pot is 700. There is 1.3k left in Gonzalez stack, and it's an absolute brick on the turn. Veritas might think, if he thought so, that he's still good, and of course Gonzalez could still be barreling a draw. And same thinking for Gonzalez, who's gonna pretty much size it for the pot, and it is the 700 for the pot. And now Veritas pretty much has the call, or the fold, but has to take his decision for the rest of the pot, because Gonzalez is virtually all in here. despite, I mean, he might be folding on like 3 of diamond if Veritas just donk shoves the rest of his stack, right? If he calls here. But he's not folding on many rivers, plus a bunch of them actually improves him, so. Improve him. And let's just see, Veritas is gonna have to think about it a little bit. And he will fold. Good fold by him. And this means that our friend Gonzalez is gonna make a little bit of his loss back. Only losing merely 1,000 euros now. It seems like more money has been won than lost. How is that possible? Can you answer that? Well, someone might have left. Well played. That is the case, that is the case. We had a few turnovers. And Ribeiro is gonna open this one from an early position as kings, gets called by the jacks of Martinez. Oleg tags along, and the blinds too. 0.47 does hit some pairs, but no one has a better hand than Ribeiro with his flop flush. And it's now there are some full house possible, but does anyone? I don't think. Is there even a 4 somewhere? Nope. And the Portuguese man is gonna bet, trying to extract some value. He will get a call from the top pair and a 7, so better 2 pair of this board, and the 8 is only gonna confirm the turn's prediction, and probably a little bit of value from Ribeiro here to be had. And of course he would be bet folding, and it is just a little bit of value. He's just going for the 50 euros here, 1/4 of the pot. Probably also targeting some few weak hands like top pair, and with even better than that, and getting very good odds. Veritas gonna make the call and lose. And Veritas with the aces. It's gonna raise those up. Makes it 80. And we'll find Gonzalez and whom? Oleg and Gerard. Everyone tagging along. Some set mining to be done. And set mining complete. Both top and middle set have been made. And it's Veritas with the bet to 200. And although we'll lose the pair of jacks, neither eights or queens are going anywhere. And do they want to raise right away? It's gonna be interesting to see here. It's gonna be Oleg first with the top set, who might actually want to call. But what if Gerard fancied his hand just a little too much? And we understand, of course, he has a middle set on the board with some draws. Doesn't have any of them, at least the flush draws. And he's gonna try to make it as expensive as possible. The aces are gonna fall, but obviously not the queens. And Gonzalez is gonna find a not Gonzalez, Oleg is gonna find a way to get all in here probably. And there he goes. And is it raising the stake or is it just calling it? It might just be a call. And the poor Gerhard, who's gonna see the bad news. He's drawing to an 8. Or some kind of straight. But we will run it twice. This will not do it. He needs an 8 still. He's gonna lose the first board. And breaking this one too. I believe. Or am I saying? No, it's good. He won also. And the whole pot is gonna go to Oleg, who after a shaky start is gonna actually, I believe, go in the profit group. Winning almost 2,000 in this one probably. We're gonna have to wait for the standings. And guys, if you're just joining us, of course, welcome back or bienvenidos. This is still the Spanish Poker Festival in the King's Casino of Rozvadov in Czech Republic. And yeah, we are playing until 1, so 2 more hours of cash game PLO tonight. The great game of PLO. And we will have 2 more days of streaming dedicated to this SPF. Tomorrow the 5-10 no limit hold'em session and the final table of the main event on Monday. Don't forget to come back for those if you like the action. And is Martinez gonna play this one? He will. And the raise came from El Turco. And we had calls all around. Gonzalez playing it safe, playing it slow with the aces and the ace-king suit. That is actually gonna connect with. And pretty dominant hand from him from this point forward. But it's again the poor Veritas who's gonna bet with pretty much nothing on this one. He has a pair of 3. Gonzalez will call. And the 7 will give him the full house. Veritas
not happy about this too much. Maybe he realizes that now that he's called, a lot of pairs have better full houses than those with the 3 on the board. And here goes the value from Gonzalez. Now, is Veritas willing to put Gonzalez on a hard draw? He's not. He will fold.
Ist nichts mehr da für uns, ne? Ist nichts mehr da für uns, alles schon weg.
We will have a straddle game that's gonna be called by everyone until Martinez with the Ace King Jack 8. Gonna raise it to 70. Oleg with the double.
Sorry, man.
Trying the powerful set mine. Also has a suit. And yeah, 5 players to the pot, who's actually getting decently big already.
Thank you for doing that. Now that I pick my hand on the floor. I checked you that.
And Oleg with the set mining again. He strikes and makes the middle set here. He has only 1 top pair in front of him, I believe. It is Martinez who's gonna bet. And he will bet 300 in a 360 pot. And Oleg probably looking to call this one too, hoping that other players tag along. It's a really dry flop, even for PLO. No flush draw. Of course, a few 6-4s and other straight draws, but middle set is a pretty comfortable call. Hoping that maybe someone does what Gerard just did with the 6-4 and the few backdoors. He will go all in, and that's gonna put Martinez in a weird spot. Can he get away from it? Oh no, he actually just called, and it's gonna be call. And the pot is gonna be 1.6 before the turn. And the king. Now Oleg, of course, improving to a full house, but this will give a few full house outs, of course, to Martinez too. And it looks like he will bet again, but apparently a small amount, 600. Not that small, but in a 160 pot. And now what does Oleg think about that? He has probably the best hand here, unless there is a king 5 or a king.
If he calls, he's gonna be in position again, so Martinez will have to act before him anyway. I do like the call after a few seconds of tank, and we'll go to the river, which will not change anything, and Martinez didn't improve to the full house he was expecting maybe, and no more value for him. A bunch of straights got there on the river, but he's gonna face a bet definitely from Oleg here, and having only the 1k behind, if the graphics are correct, it doesn't seem so. It seems like he has more. Oh, he's gonna check. He's gonna check. Wait a minute, wait. Are you only beat by kings or on king 5, or am I drunk? Well, I don't know. I don't play this game anyway. Too much variance, I hate it. But thanks everyone for tuning in. Anyway, this is still the Spanish Poker Festival, and we see some hands of great game of PLO tonight, before we resume with the Hold'em tomorrow and with the tournament final table of the main event on Monday, next Monday. Until then, everyone is dealt 4 cards, and we see a bunch of flops. What do we have here? I guess we have another set. It is a set of jacks for Ribeiro here, and he's up against, well, not very much good 2-pair outs, which are not gonna be that happy on the turn. So we'll probably lose Gonzalez here. Although, how much is the bet? The bet is 200. I mean, yeah, it's not. You have a 6, so you block a few 6-3, which are straight, and maybe you can bluff those river, but I don't know. It doesn't feel that comfortable in the seat of Gonzalez to call here, even if you make like your ace with your second pair. How good are you really? He decides he might be good. He might be good here, and he will try his luck. Unfortunately, we see that he is drawing very thin. And Ribeiro actually improving to a straight here with the 6-5. Sneaky. Sneaky. And he will, of course, bet it. It is the nuts. I mean, 6-7 is the nuts. But and having a bit of everything, Ribeiro not betting too much chips, because, well, there's no jacks probably in the hand of his opponent, and he also has the straight, so he will make a tiny sizing but not get called, and he will remain the biggest
winner of the day, of course, by a large amount. More than 3,000 euros of profit for him at this PLO game. And we'll take a flop 4-way here for 55 euros each. And it's gonna be the trips of 5 for Veritas. He's gonna check it. And another queen is actually gonna give the best end to Martinez now. With the trips of queens. Well, simply. Very straightforward. He will take the betting opportunity. And they're probably gonna play this one heads up. Heads up. And 25% for Veritas to improve. One of 3 cards. A 3, a 10, an ace would help him. Fortunately for him, he doesn't share any of those with Martinez, who also can improve to a full house. And the king is not gonna help any of those, except there is now a flush for Martinez, but jack high. Does he want to bet it? He might be against another queen, so he could decide to do so. We've seen a lot of checking back that I didn't really understand, but this one wouldn't surprise me too much. You're often up against a pair or a 5 or another queen, and sometimes there is a better flush. And he will check and show his hand. And Martinez, of course, that we just saw winning this one. Biggest winner of yesterday's session of No Limit Hold'em. And not doing bad today too.
What do you want here? Go away.
And the raise, it seems, will come from Veritas again. Or not. I'm not sure. Yep. And they play heads up this one. Both with the flush draw. Both with the pair of 10s. They're gonna make sure at the same time. And we'll follow them to the turn. And another check to the river. Now a flush will mean a bet, but Gerard checked again, and Veritas
Will bet a small 200 and it's just a call. If you think about it, having the 10-8 in your hand, blocking the two of the 3 full houses, you might think about raising here, but the call came from Gerard and Veritas, unfortunately losing another pot. He's losing a lot of those recently, small ones, but a lot of them, and it's gonna show here. Yep, we will have to have a bit of luck to come back in this game tonight. Only an hour and a half of play left, and is down quite a bit. And it's Martinez this time who opened up the pot with the queens. And it's gonna be a top pair against flush draw situation here. And Oleg from Ukraine quickly improving to a top pair, but we'll check it. Maybe afraid of the Queen 10 here in the hands of Gerard. But Gerard doesn't have it, and facing another check, he will bet. And now, what does Oleg think about his hand? He still has top 2, and it's there are a few more straight possible, of course, but for those who are new to the game, you cannot have only a queen in your hand and have a straight, right? It doesn't work like Hold'em. You have to take 2 of your 4 cards to use the board, so it is not that likely that there is a straight in the hands of Gerhard. Just to be clear, I believe. At least that's what people told me, but and it seemed like Oleg did the good call again. He made it, and he's gonna win this other one against Gerard, that actually digging a little bit in the loss box here, along with his friend Veritas. And Oleg climbing to the 2nd place as a second most winning poker player at this table tonight. Nothing more than that. Nothing less, rather, is what I wanted to say.
You know, the best sometimes lose, you know?
And we were losing El Turco. I hope he's not going away for good. He might just come back. He told us before how he was, if I understood correctly, he was one of the first to play poker in this Rozvadov casino. Back in the day where they used to play just next to the restaurant on a spare table or something. So that is something, right?
And we're gonna go 3-way to this one in an 80-euro pot. And a top pair has been made. Should actually not get very contested if it's bet, but it's not. He was in the big blind Veritas, and it's gonna check again on this king. So we'll just see who makes the best hand in the end, and no one has 2 spades. So again, guys, you cannot use only 1 spade. Doesn't work. I see you guys. People tell me they know that, but they don't. And here Veritas is actually gonna win this small pot for once. Just for the heck of it. It does feel good to have the chips coming your way sometimes. If they believe. Oh, yes sir. And before we go to the flop, of course, special dédicace to Nori and Valu. Basically my masters when it comes to PLO game, so they had to be rewarded in this one, making sure that I do see when there's a nut on the river. But anyway, let's move on. We are now 4-handed in this one, and who the heck made a pair? I guess top pair is good again.
There are only 3 players who give more action than me. He's a crybaby. He's a crybaby. He's always crying.
And we are heads up with the top pair and the mega draw. This is not the help Oleg was looking for on the turn, but somehow he will get baited by the check and bet his draw, which seems reasonable, I guess. Yeah. Interesting to note for the more curious of you that Oleg usually takes 30 seconds in basically every pot from the turn, from the flop on, and kind of bet fast this time, having only a draw. Interesting, and he will bet again, having bricked this one. But Veritas didn't came here to fold, and Oleg is gonna win, gonna lose a small pot. For once in a while, he's been winning most of those lately, so the attempt to bluff the losing player is not gonna work this time. I like it though. You wanna have some bluff. He's been really showing nuts after nuts. Although we've seen players, maybe some are still at this table that are only playing, well, for value, and it works. It does work. Some of those may be in the green right now. That is not for me to say. But a lot of winners tonight. And still the duo of Hispanics, Ribeiro and Martinez, pretty much leading the way with El Turco and Oleg also in the green.
I think maybe a check raise anyway will be good in your hand. A check raise in turn river will be very good.
Yeah, Jordan is I come more outs.
Yes, I see.
And the 3-bet hit will come this time from Germany with Veritas Veritas. He would get called. He will get called 3 times. And let's go for some set mining for Oleg. He's been good at this game so far, but not this time. And instead El Turco is gonna have a pretty sexy hand. And he will bet it. Price is 200. A call from the flush draw plus backdoor not flush draw plus a bunch of other cards. And Petr, the homeboy. Well, it looked like he was raising that, but it might, yeah. That's what he's doing, because of course he has the straight. But you can see that's the beauty of the great game of PLO. Everyone has 35% chance of winning this one. So really, for now, it's a game of how much equity can you deny by forcing the opponent to fold his hand. But at least one of those players will see a turn, I'm pretty sure. And Turco here, thinking about it. He has Veritas to act after him. It's not very reassuring, for sure. And tough spot. He's a pretty sizable winner for now, tonight. Having only played 20 hands or so, and he's gonna lay it down. He could be up against the set, although he has all the pairs. And of course the flush draw. And the flop straight. And now Veritas with his equity going up to 40%. Usually likes to call, but here he's pretty much asked to go all in. If he calls, only has 600 left in a huge spot. So what will he do? He calls it. And he will need a club to help him, or a heart maybe. This is a heart and also a pair. Of course, the rest of the chips going in pretty quickly, and still a 60-40 from the turn to the river. Pot is gonna be 3.5k. Veritas pretty close to bust. He can also make most of his money back in this one if he improves to a flush. Can he do it? He cannot. And breaking this one will mean that the pot goes to Petr from Czech Republic here on the seat 1. And he's probably gonna, of course, go in the green, in the group of greens. And Veritas quickly gonna rebuy. He's not done. He is not done. And there's also Gonzalez grinding the 1.2k loss. 100 per 100. The small ball grind.
And it's gonna be a new flop, 50 euros for everyone to enter this. And a trip 5 for Gonzalez that we're talking about. And it's not gonna wait for it. Goes ahead with the bet. To 175, 180 maybe. 165. Alright, he gets called by Gerard. What does Gerard have? Nothing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So Gerard folded, and it must be only Veritas with the call, with a pair of tens and the flush draw. But we know that Gonzalez's hand is still best for now. And he will bet again. And just take the pot down. Veritas not going for it. And here goes Gonzalez with the small ball grind. Like I was telling you, a few hundreds at a time. And he's almost break even. Putting all the pressure on the two German guys that unfortunately are losers. But like I said before, it's pretty rare that we see the Germans as loser at a poker table. So it's bound to happen sometime, guys. Mine points. And Veritas again with the raise. Four-way this time, and no ace. Not the smallest ace in the hand of our players. So we'll go to the turn, and the 6 is actually a good hand for Gerard here. Will he bet it? It's actually El Turco who's trying to bet the kings, thinking that he might have the best of it. And the 10 won't change much. I mean, yeah, it does change things, because Gerard improved to a full house, and he's gonna quickly check it back. Unfortunately, doesn't seem too keen on betting those full houses, so let's say that he was probably not getting called anyway. And guys, if you're just joining, of course, bienvenidos. You might know it by now, but this is the Spanish Poker Festival, and we're live for, well, something like another hour of a great game of PLO. We'll go back to the No Limit Hold'em 5-10 cash game tomorrow from 8, and we will be playing the final table of the main event on Monday to close out the series. The series, actually. And yep, this will do it. So of course, tune into that if you like the action. And we'll have have a small limped pot after a straddle. Option.
Two Marlboro. Yes.
And it's a bet from the open-ender from Petr and El Turco falling quickly. Now it's a check-check, and we'll be done with this spot in this river king. Probably go check-check again, unless El Turco fancies it, sensing weakness in his opponent attitude. Is he gonna go for it? He's thinking about it. Can he do it? The pot is 55. He will not. Yes, he did. Oh, actually, he did bet the whole time. No, we don't know. But he won, so he might have bet because he was not winning otherwise. And well played by El Turco, one of the guys in the green tonight. The biggest winner is still Mr. Ribeiro from Portugal. And double straddle will get called by the button. And will actually be 5 weight to the flop. Who goes for it? It looks like it's Gonzalez with the top set. And it seems like he got raise. Yeah, it's Veritas that unfortunately spiked the 2 pair here and deemed that it was okay to raise, which we can understand, but unfortunately he's gonna have the bad news, and he gets 3 bet and folds. So he got the news, alright, he got it. And Gonzalez is actually in the green, guys. Boys and girls, my friends. He's done it. He has done it. And El Turco putting in the race with a 9-7-6-5 maybe. 2 5s out already. Let's say it's 9-7-6-4 or 8. 8 is nice. We will have to see. And the 7-10-7 is gonna help Petra here. He does check though, and the bet is gonna come from El Turco, who also has a 7. Didn't see that, of course.
And in the turn, unless El Turco has a 3 hidden in the last card, nothing has changed. And the check is gonna come. Sneaky check, and Petre with the full house on the river. He's gonna bet it to a small amount, it seems. 125 he gets called, and yeah, that will be that. El Turco only with the trip 7. Didn't bet, not betting the turn. Interesting.
Gestern gab es Foto mit Schweinefleisch, das war Katastrophe.
Bonsoir Ronim, bienvenidos a todos. If you're joining us, still the Spanish Poker Festival, still hosted by Kings here in Rozvadov. And still playing the great game for another hour. We are waiting for a little bit more for those two from those two fellow Ribeiro and Martinez, who are the biggest winner both of today's game and yesterday's one. And they have been a little quiet since the break, but maybe this pair of aces, although those are not the best aces you can have in PLO, maybe they will help him play one. And Gonzalez is gonna 3-bet. He's gonna 4-bet, sorry, with the aces. Nevertheless, trying to get all in. Well, I guess he got Gerard all in already, and the other two must be folding this. And we're gonna see a good old kings against aces, no suits. I mean, unless El Turco with the king 10 double suited, the queen 10 double suited, but I doubt it. And he will lay it down. Gonzalez happy to call, happy. And we will run it twice. Two times. And the king 10 almost got there, but is losing the first board. Now can Gerard scoop that? Can Gonzalez scoop that? Still no king. The queen will help him also. And there goes the queen. La dama. As they say here in Rozvadov. And he's gonna take this one despite the ace. And plus 65 for both players. Gonzalez not very happy probably about this one, but what can you do?
So, jetzt geht's aufwärts. Window Buttons drücken. Du hast einen Teil, oder? 65 $, den geteilt. Ich glaube, ich gewinne beide. Also Dame habe ich auf jeden Fall gehabt. Beide kannst du nicht. Doch, ich glaube, Straße. Mahida und Landstraße. Kannst du nicht. Ja, okay, dann bin ich gegen ihn, aber gegen ihn bin ich beide. Das meine ich. Du spielst ja bloß für 600. Ich spiele mit ihm für 3.000. Ja, mach halt. Warum spielst du nicht? Ich war kurz davor weg. Ja, das haben wir jetzt auch rein. Ich habe da mit 10, 3 los. Ich habe schon gesagt, dass er also einmal dachte, ich mir saugeil, egal. Guten Appetit. Der will schon viel sehen. Nochmal Happy Hour.
And it's gonna be another game of 10 euros. Unfortunately, we do like when the stakes get a little bit bigger. And it does take a lot of time to shuffle the deck afterwards, so there's that. And it's gonna be a heads up. Gonzalez, Gerhard, another ace. We'll probably tweak the percentage in Gonzalez's favor. There we go. And he will win it right there. Another grind pot.
Ja, so eine Kajotole, Alter. Collection, ne?
And another straddle. But it will be raised this time. It's El Turco with the sexy double suited hand. Ooh. And El Turco, great inspiration with this raise, who's gonna quad it up, and he will bet it to 15 euros. Can he even get one call? he does. The pair of 7 from Veritas will follow him, and the ace, you might think, is a decent thing, not having one. And we'll have a spread of chip from Veritas. Will get called. And Turco in a not very comfortable spot to play the hand, since he checked. He will have to lead here. Yeah, I don't think you can really check to your opponent at this point. And he does not do that. But will Veritas make? I doubt that he will hero call that. He didn't do too much of this. And he folds. El Turco with the quads, unfortunately not getting too much value out of it. And you can see that he wants to say, guys, I just had quads.
So viel Glück Ich habe Bündel gesucht, habe Äpfel gefunden. Was soll ich machen?
I have coins and no one calls me. What is that? Well.
No call.
Ah, thank you, El Turco. Raising this. At least, if we're five-handed, we'll play a big pot. I mean, a bigger one. And it looks like everyone is going to join this. Not Martinez. Really poor hand with the 3 diamonds and the queen high.
I only come for you while you play. But you're so tight. I never see it tight. I like this one.
And the ace king 4 is gonna be good, of course, for El Turco.
140.
He'll bet it. 140, you heard.
Top 2, not flash down. Top 2, not flash down.
And we've played the 80th hand of the day. 4 hours in this 5-5 PLO session in the King's Casino. For, of course, the Spanish Poker Festival. You know that already. It's everywhere. What is this series? It's beautiful. It's amazing. And if you're a Spanish speaker, don't forget to check the stream Poker en Directo with the great David Lusago. And I believe there is also a German stream. If you are ein Freund von Deutschland, you can check that out on the Spanish Poker Festival Twitter. Other than that, you're stuck here, and we're gonna go ahead and proceed with the action. It's a raise from Ribeiro from the button. And we'll get called by everyone as often. Petr with the best hand from the cutoff, at least on the flop, and still on the turn, but he might not even bet it. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Few 9-10s, few queens. Don't know. Well spotted by him here, because he does have the best hand, and he's facing a king 10 draw. So that is definitely the best play against those hands. Oh, and it looks like Ribeiro is going for the play. I like it. Once in a while, he gets out of the woods, and he shows that he's not here to mess around. The tight aggressive. I like that. But yeah, I don't think there was a call for 600 this time with the pair of 4s. So he will take it down alright and remain the biggest profit. Well, the player with the biggest profit today. Pretty cool. There we go. Just had to give the old monitor a little knock and hop. Graphics go away. Oh, and there's a pretty king queen jack 10 against aces. None of those hands should fold at this point. And it's rather a question of oh, Veritas with the 4K rebuy, so he is deep. And he could very well go for the 4-bet here, although calling is of course an option, and he'll do that. Veritas unfortunately covered hearts wise, but he will spike 2 pairs here, and that is gonna be best. And he will dunk bet to 500 euros and snap fold from the Portuguese player. Very well aware of what's happening, it seems. And actually the biggest winner of the day is now Petr from Czech Republic, who's now won more than 2,700 euros. Not that bad. Let me remind you that yesterday was Martinez here with the mustard, I guess, shirt, yellow, that won more than 7,000 euros in No Limit Hold'em. And there's gonna be another session tomorrow, starting at 8, like today, like yesterday, and we'll play 5 euro, 10 euro, and probably with a bunch of straddle too. But we'll play No Limit Hold'em, which is at the same time more fun and less fun. And a four-handed for 100 euros each. The stakes are going up as we get towards the end of the session. And it's gonna be 2 pair for Oleg. And a bunch of weak ends for the other. And if you hear Spanish talking in the back, you know, this is it. This is the spirit of the Spanish Poker Festival in Rozvadov, you know. They bring out the Spanish that can talk in the background when you're at the table. Brings a, you know, kind of a spirit to it. A flavor. Some olive oil on the tomatoes. Check, 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 check. And all the players are gonna win 100 euros here. That are gonna go to Oleg. Still good with the 2 pair that he made on the flop.
Zum schwachen Spiel spiele ich auch noch schwach. Das kommt jetzt dazu erschwerend. Ich check jetzt dreimal wie so ein Fisch am Backen. Normally I barrel 3 times, 4 times.
And Ribeiro found aces here with the suit. Gonna fancy a raise. 50 euros on with the straddle that has been called. And is that a yeah, that's what I thought. A 3-bet from El Turco. He's in position, and with the ace jack 10 3, he decided he was gonna 3-bet this
And we found a call from Gonzalez with the kings. And well, like I said, the stakes are pretty much going up. Everyone will want to go to that, but now there is 800 euros, I mean 700 euros of dead money in the pot, and Ribeiro probably gonna look to 4-bet this, and he does so pretty quick. 1k now to see the flop. And can someone follow that? I don't think that. I mean, El Turco here, he's making a count, but ace jack 10-3. I don't even think the kings of Gonzalez want to continue here. We might just see a roll fold. Don't want to spoil it for you guys, but I would be very surprised. But let's just see. Maybe El Turco here, and he wants to do it. He does it. Wow. And what he does is a call, I believe. And the pot, well, let's see what the other does do before. Because Gonzalez now, it's a different decision, I guess. Although there's more chances that one of those two have aces. So maybe you should fold even more, but he has equity for more than for a bigger pot. So he can still think about it. And he will call. He will call. And we might just have right there the biggest pot of the day, ladies and gents. Right then, right there. And Gerard not missing an opportunity to go all in and try his luck. Very relaxed, very contracted on the back of his chair. And Veritas now, thinking about it, he has a really, really poor hand. But at this point, I don't see so many diamonds in the other guy's hand, so maybe he will just flush it right there. And the pot is gonna be almost 5,000 euros before the flop. And well, on the flop too. Let's see who can win this one. Probably the pot who's gonna decide most of this game. And look at that, Veritas with the ace jack 8-6, 3 diamond, spikes a pair, has a flush draw max, of course, and he shouldn't go anywhere. He has less than the pot in his stack, and he's actually thinking about maybe donk betting here, and he will do so. The 3.3k of Veritas going all in. And now Ribeiro with the decision. He has a 9, so he blocks maybe a few combos of top set, but question is really, what do we think of our pair of aces here? He's not the one to take too much risk usually, and there is 2 other players to act after you, being Ribeiro, but he might also think that his hand is good enough, and that Veritas could very well have a jack 10 with the flush draw or something. And he will put it all in. I mean, at least call the 3.3k. The pot just passed the 5 number mark. And El Turco is gonna try and find out if he wants to bring his open-ender any further. He should probably not. But then again, the pot is so big that who knows what you should do at this point. You have 3k in your stack and there's 15 to win if you call. Maybe you should call with the jack 10 and hope it breaks, like no diamond, and yeah, I don't know. Probably going for it at this point. I mean, you called pre-flop 1k. Why not, dude? Let's gamble this and let's try and find if we can win 15k.
What does he think though? He's the one with the chips.
1550 für.
And El Turco here from Turkey, of course, going in the tank, considering his options. And he will fold it. Gonzalez not gonna play this one. And we will run it twice. As you've maybe heard. The Ace-Jack 8-6, actually a favorite against the aces. Well, against both hands. You can see the percentages. But Gerard is only playing for a side pot. The main pot is, of course, between Veritas and Ribeiro. The pot who will decide pretty much who will be the biggest winner today. It's gonna start with a big old break that's gonna give the lead to Ribeiro here on the turn. And the 5 for the first run is gonna give it to the Portuguese guy. The one with the hoodie here, pretty happy about winning this one. It does mean that it's gonna cost, well, it's not gonna cost him whatever happens. And another 5. It's still holding for Ribeiro here. Can he do it 2 times? And I think that the 7 will help a little bit here. It is the 7 of diamonds, so Veritas will actually hit the flush. I forgot about that. Too much equity to keep track of. Yeah, Veritas escaping a very big loss here. He just, yeah. Phew. Phew, phew, phew. And unfortunately we lost Gerhard on both pots. Last one I thought he had a straight, but yep. And so here are the standings. If you're just joining us, guys, bienvenidos. This is still the Spanish Poker Festival, and we're gonna play a few more hands tonight.
Ronnie. Lucky box.
What's the name? Tomasz?
Lucky box.
Lucky was last. Yeah. I'm the last position. I must call 800 pot.
No, I'm just kidding. Crazy hand. Big hand.
Your hand was post flop terrible, after flop terrible, time terrible. Aces or suit. Big right?
Yeah, basically, no?
Not against 5-8. One is all in. You see he's short.
Alright, it's gonna be a little walk for the man who just split the biggest pot of the night. Tomasz, as we heard, Ribeiro. But Veritas, he's gonna be here, and he's gonna be the first one to be walked at this table. After 95 hands, there is gonna be a walk to him.
Du hast hier noch ein paar gehabt? 2 Paar du hast ja auch. Ja, ich muss reinstellen. Mit 6 ist alles gut für dich. Du machst ja 2 Paare, mit 8 machst du wenig. Wenn ich Preflop diesen mega schlechten Call mache, dann muss ich auch diesen Flop reinstellen. Ja gut, du hast jetzt gecallt. Er muss hier unbedingt Asse haben, ne? Also, Call war schon gut für ihn, ne? Also, aber deine Hand ist ja Flop sehr gut. Ich glaube, ich war selber, ich habe 3 Karo, weißt du? Ja, aber das vielleicht mal. Eigentlich habe ich gehofft, dass er foldet.
And we see a raise. It comes from El Turco this time. Gonzalez. No, it's not Gonzalez. Gonzalez, what happened to you? Here he is. Has the queens and the fives. And we'll try to play probably the set mind game. Can you make a set? And I think we saw then it was a new player with a hat. And no sets, but a top pair for Oleg, it seems. But El Turco will bet out the second pair here. Whoa. Gonzalez folding the queens right away, and Oleg will call with the best hand. He also has the open-ended draw. Oh no, he actually raised the Jack 10, 8 of Oleg, going for the 500 raise. And it's gonna get called by Veritas that we didn't see in this one. He has Ace King Deuce something. I hope Ace King Deuce Jack. Maybe King Queen, Ace King Queen would be good too now. If we trust the 100%, he maybe not doesn't have a queen, but we'll have to see. And now Oleg with the check. And the 9 is not gonna change much. And it is gonna be a bet this time from Oleg. 600. But he will probably not get called. I mean, with the information that we have, Veritas has no pair. So he will fold it. And here we go again. This is probably gonna be a small one. Until Gonzalez races, and we're not gonna see the new player in the hand. Not yet. Instead, three-way to the flop. Bet from Gonzalez with the best hand. Got called with the second pair. Veritas not want to fold flops too much. Now we should go check check. Does Veritas want to bluff this? Probably not. He will check. And no best hand for the German, for the Spanish player here. This is Veritas who's gonna make the straight by the river. I'm not gonna value bet it because the flush got there too. And small win for Veritas, but still a win.
losing a little bit tonight. So he'll take this one for sure. As you can see, Mr. Ribeiro still first in profit, followed by either El Turco or Oleg. And another one.
Nice one. He called for €5. Thank you. Appreciate it. You also came to call.
Yeah. But we already played. We already make our move.
You again? But there was no seat. There was no seat.
There was seat.
There was no seat for me. The seat, the gentleman there, he said he's coming back. That's why. I couldn't take his seat.
Who is whistling the latest hits? It's not the first time. I hear you. Who are you? It's not okay, man. Don't do that. Alright, NLEA 88. Still in the Spanish Poker Festival, playing cash game for another half an hour, closing the session out. Usually means that the action, not right now, but like the last three hands usually get pretty funky. Funky. And heads up. It's button against hijack here with very similar hands, but Ribeiro is gonna have the best of it on this flop. Well, that's if you prefer top pair to middle set, but Veritas here with the real goods. And he just said pot to the dealer. That's how it works, guys, if you're not familiar with the live PLO. How it works is you sit, and when you have a hand you want to raise, you don't have to like choose the sizing or anything. You look at the dealer and you say pot, and you just like give him or her a big pile of chips, which if you're bad in math is actually pretty handy. Not that good to, you know, to know your odds and all, but and he got called, this raise got called by Ribeiro pretty quickly, and he just made the nuts on the turn, the new nuts, the 6-5-1, but unfortunately Veritas is gonna probably dig a hole here, and will Ribeiro raise right there again? Maybe a very big pot here. We are 5k deep at the start of the hand, and I do think that Ribeiro might just be raising here again, and he doesn't, he just calls. Okay. And the river is an ace, and he still has the best hand. Pretty awesome river for him, although it might confuse Veritas a little bit on the straight possibilities. And so he will check, not having made the full house, and we will of course see a value bet here with I believe what is still the nuts, although I could be mistaken, but no, that's probably it. So this time we'll see no check. And now Tomas Ribeiro probably thinking as often,
how much he can extract from his opponent. He's been trying to target special hands, at times going with small sizing, but here it's not exactly the case, and he's gonna bet it. How much is that? 3k, so not the whole stack, but basically the whole stack, minus 500. And Veritas pretty well aware that there are a few and that beat him at this point. Not too big on the river calls, but this time might just be the, you know, might just be too much. Let's see if he can lay it down. Difficult spot for him. It does seem like Ribeiro could have a bunch of maybe hard draws still, because he just called on the turn, which is what you will do probably with your draws, like strong hearts with a 6, strong heart with a 5. And Veritas here thinking for almost a minute and a half now. He's having a hard time to put Ribeiro on an exact hand maybe. It is a very big decision for the German player, but it's almost 3k before. Well, I think it's exactly 3k. That's why Ribeiro should choose the sizing. It's just a bot. Veritas checking his card one last time. It's been 3 minutes now. It's gonna reach the 100 pine. Is he getting bluffed here? He will try and see, and he will have the news. The stone cold nuts for Tomas Ribeiro here, who's gonna probably be, unless something terrible happens, the biggest winner of this one after yesterday's chip lead was given to his neighbor Martinez. It's now him that's winning the most tonight. And a pretty sick run for Veritas too, calling here again and while losing another whole bunch. There you go. In the standings we can see that yeah, self-explanatory. We do have Mr. Miami guy, don't remember exactly, that lost a bunch of money and went away. So he's not alone, but he's definitely the biggest loser tonight. It happens, you cannot win every time, you know. There has to be some guy that loses chips. And as we approach the last few hands, guys, let me remind you that we will have another stream for the poker, for the Spanish Poker Festival tomorrow at 8. Same time, same place, pretty much. But we will be playing No Limit Hold'em. And the day after, the final table of the main event, the evente final. Yeah. From 8 a.m., 8 p.m. sorry, on Monday. And Oleg from Ukraine is gonna take this one down with a small pair of 3. Also a big winner tonight. Almost 3,000 euros of profit for him. And a 40 euro pot. Not 10 minutes after the 11k one. The players may be getting tired of playing for the... Well, since everyone is pretty much a winner at this point. And yeah. Just trying to play small pots. And it will go heads up between Gonzalez and Petr. And another bet from Gonzalez with the 6-5 draw and more. And it will have a fold from the queens. Huh. No. Alright, well. And we'll go to the next one. Gonzalez actually going in the losers group once again. He made almost all of his money back, but it seems like maybe in the 11k pot I think it cost him 1.52, so that's where it should come from. And can we see this new guy with the hat play a hand before the end of the session? The straddle will come from Veritas. And it's Martinez with the aces. Getting called by Petr. Trying to get a spike a 9 or some kind of straight with the 9-7. Instead, Martinez still best. He will snap check this. The jack will definitely be a bet from Martinez. It should be. Doesn't seem too interested, neither of them. And he's gonna win this one. And the name of the lad is Kevin. And he seems to be from Austria, if I'm not mistaken. And he has 2 aces with the suit. It's gonna make it 30, it seems, from the small blind. And he'll get 2 calls. The quick c-bet from him. Veritas should go away. And Oleg probably going for at least a call. And not even with the 9-3 flush draw. Not going to contest this one. Why not? It's pretty weak draw anyway. And Ribeiro with 13,000 euros before him. Pretty good stack.
Wie lange geht's so? 10 Minuten? Den Tisch geh mal hoch. Hast du schon fertig?
And the queens are for El Turco. He will get 3-bet by Gonzalez with the King Jack 10 deuce. Gonzalez really liking the like double suited Broadway 3-bet from in position. Not the first time he did that. And the ace is gonna hit Veritas. But he's not alone in this. And all check to the turn, giving 2 pair to Veritas. And he'll probably take it down here. And Kevin with 1 hand played, already making the 45 euros profit. Definitely not a waste. And just a raw fold. Players not as willing to play every pot as 5 hours ago. It's understandable. But still 4 of them. Oh, and Veritas with the club draw, but it's not gonna have the better end of it with Petr having the ace king here. It's gonna be a check all around, and the check is gonna take the lead here. And Oleg also with the top pair. We'll lay it down. And here comes Oleg with one of the last probably pair of aces of the day. And tomorrow they're gonna be worth much more in No Limit Hold'em, of course. And everyone wants in. Okay, Oleg not even raising it. Doesn't even care, just limping in the aces. Not the best ones too. And a good flop for Martinez, who will just straight up fold the flush, which is a good call against Veritas, but it's actually Oleg who bet, having the ace of clubs, but it's not gonna be good enough. And Veritas again with the bet, and he will get raised. Now Oleg playing a game of you don't have the flush nuts, the nut flush, which is actually true, but is it gonna be enough against Veritas? You have to make that a very big bet on the river and still hope that he doesn't want to call. And again, Oleg is gonna bet pretty fast, 400. But he doesn't have the best hand, and I'm unsure whether he's value betting or bluffing for this sizing. I think he might be value betting here, and so Veritas I think will have a call here. He still has a flush. There's no pair on the board. He doesn't have of course the nut flush, but yeah, he will make the good call here. And Oleg with another small bluff. It's the second one. Not the best setup this time, and unfortunately he's against flush too, but it's like he went halfway for it. He has the idea to bluff, but so apparently we'll play the last few hands, I believe. Didn't hear the number, but this is what we'll do. And it seems, yeah, like if you want to represent the nut flush, you might want to pot it on the river and actually raise bigger on the turn. I mean, if you go for the half bluff, maybe he was value betting at the same time. I don't know. I'm done with this game. Hopefully tomorrow we'll know more precisely what to do with only 2 cards. But let's enjoy those last few and see if they get crazy like they did yesterday in the Hold'em game with all the 4-bet. And there is a 3-bet, but it is with a very good hand from Martinez on the small blind at a position. And Veritas calling once again. He has the ace suited and the ace king too, and the jack 9 8 7. He's gonna try to challenge those big cards. Can Petr find something? The 7 is good for him, but that's about the only thing he's gonna hit, and that's gonna be enough actually. But Martinez still with the very decent hand. Might just want to c-bet this from the small blind here. Pretty hard to play the hand, otherwise you don't really want to check all this. So pretty standard c-bet. And he will play heads up against Petr, who's not going anywhere yet. And that's a good card for him too. And by that, I mean 4 bet in the cutoff. Martinez gonna check fold this. at the speed of light, even before the first chip hit the felt. He knows his bit, and he's gonna remain with a small profit along with El Turco and Kevin. And we have 3, Oleg, Petr and Ribeiro in the very green. 2 losers at this moment, Gonzalez and of course Veritas, almost 8,000 euros down. Almost down, 8,000 rather. But he played this very big pot, of course, with 40% equity, I believe, so it could have gone either way. They did split in the end, so that's not the deciding factor. Well, anyway, heads up Ribeiro Martinez, the 2 neighbors from the Iberic Peninsula. Portugal versus Spain is gonna be a bet, but Martinez, of course, with the better hand here, the top set, and he might just might look to raise this already on a slightly drawy board. He makes it 250, and Ribeiro would just right out fold. And if it was the last 3, it should be the last hand. Let's see what it brings. Before everyone goes, by the way, guys, I'll remind you one last time that tomorrow the stream will start at 8 as well, with the 510 PLO action. No, with the 510 no limit action. And that on Monday we will stream the final table of the SPF main event. And then we'll resume with the usual schedule of the Kings Casino channel that you can see in the description below, of course. Alright, we're just making sure that everyone has 4 cards, which is a requirement. I mean, not really. You could decide to play with a handicap. If you're really good at PLO, maybe some do that just to train. Maybe that's how Isildur got good. He used to play heads up with 2 cards against a guy with 4, and yeah. That might be it. It's gonna be the last race pre-flop of Veritas tonight. It's gonna get called twice. Petr and Martinez trying to get their share. And the Queen 10 is, of course, a trip Queens. The bet will come from the Spanish guy, and he will take the last hand of this Spanish Poker Festival cash game. Everyone is leaving already the table. It seems like the game was done before the end of the hand. But anyway, here we go. We'll have to thank everyone here at the Kings Casino in Rozvadov for the graphics, for the whole cards, for the setup, the dealer and the floors. Also thanks to everyone that has been following the stream and in the chat. My name is Tom Jerry, aka Tarym, and I have been your host tonight. I will be back tomorrow, so definitely check that out from 8 PM on. Of course, a look at the standings tell you that Mr. Tomás Ribeiro is the biggest winner of the day after Martinez yesterday. another player from the peninsula that wins, and it's only normal at the Spanish Poker Festival. Anyway, guys, enough talks. Thanks to everyone. Peace out. I'll see you tomorrow at 8.